welcome to Miss Peepers Reading Corner. I'm Katrina, aka Miss Peepers. Let's talk about surveillance. Welcome, Yield No One. I too always feel like someone is watching me. Lovely song reference, which I will not sing because I don't want a copyright claim. But welcome in, welcome in. Today, our plan here, these are reading sprints. So I am going to be reading 1984 by George Orwell. This is his dystopian novel, probably his most famous, I would assume, or I would believe, book that talks about the living in a totalitarian government or in a totalitarian state rather, where where even thought can be criminalized. I have read this book before, and so this is a reread for me. I have not read this edition before, so I think I might actually annotate it like properly, which I've never really taken the time to do before. But I'm going to spend the day reading this here with all of you. You are welcome to read this as well along with me if you would like. You don't have to. I'll give you thoughts throughout as we take breaks on the sprints. But why am I doing this? The reason for this is that today is also the first day of Banned Books Week 2025. So this is something that is hosted by PEN America hosted by the American Library Association and the Banned Books Coalition. PEN America helps broadcast it, but I don't think they're officially I think they're part of the Banned Books Coalition. Anyway, lots of organizations that that come together once a year to celebrate the written word, to educate about censorship, and also to speak out against censorship, which is the whole point of this week. So, and if you've been on my channel before, then you probably know this is a huge hot button topic for me. I hate censorship. I love books. Clearly, I'm a little bit backwards. This is my real background. This is where I really am. This is my library at home. I love books. I love being surrounded by books, and I think books should be available to everybody. And so, yeah, nobody should be able to tell you, other than a parent or your parent or guardian. No one should be able to tell you what you are and are not allowed to read. Least of all, a government or someone else's parent or guardian. And that, of course, is only for minors. If you were an adult, you do what you want. But anyway, so I'm a big advocate here of free speech, of access to writing, whether I like those books or not. Some of them I like, some of them I don't like, some of them I disagree with fundamentally. Some of them I don't think people should read, but that doesn't give me the right to tell them they're not allowed to, and that is a really fine line. And then also this month, if you are not subscribed, please subscribe. Check out my channel. But this month we are looking at banned books. We're talking about censorship at Miss Peepers Reading Corner. I say we, it's just me. But every day this month I am posting a different video or short, or today it's this live stream to talk about censorship, to talk about banned books. So I'd love to have you along for the ride. So I'm just gonna jump into it. What I'm gonna do here, I've got a timer here. We'll switch over to the screen here. I will be sitting down and reading. I'm going to stay on video, which is unusual, I think, for reading sprints these days, but because we are reading 1984, Big Brother is always watching. So I'm going to keep my camera on. But I encourage you to use these sprints for whatever you'd like. And, enjoy yourself. I'm going to set a 45-minute timer. I'll be back in 45. And, I'll be here in my chair back here. But we'll be back in 45, and we'll see how far I've gotten in the book. So, happy reading. Let me get the timer started. There we go. Hello, welcome back. Oh, Darren, I don't know if you're still here, but thank you for joining. And thank you, Yield. I was comfy. I appreciate it. I did, in fact. I was sort of paying attention to the time, and then the birds started singing. I was like, wait a minute, time to come back. But Darren, thank you for joining. If you are still here, hello. If not, no worries. Thanks for stopping in. Okay. So, I only read about 14 pages, but if you looked, you may have seen that I was writing stuff down. I'm doing a closer reading of this than I have done in the past, which has been very, very interesting. So, let's give a little update. I don't know how many folks we've got here today, but please let me know what you're doing with your sprints. If you're reading 1984 as well, if not, if you're reading something else, I'd love to know what it is, or if you're doing something else. But also, if you are just hanging out, that's perfectly fine too. More than welcome to do that. So we're super early, of course, in this book, or I am super early in this book. As I said, I'm only about 14 pages in. And what strikes me, so we're following. I'll give some context, just in case you haven't read it or haven't watched the movie. The film version with William Hurt is, no, John Hurt. Apologies, wrong Hurt. The film version with John Hurt is very good. Highly recommend. In fact, I might watch that again. And then I saw that there's a documentary about George Orwell, which I've not watched yet, called 2 + 2 = 5. Right now in the U.S., I think you can only get it on Apple TV Plus, which I currently do not have, but I do periodically. That's one of the streaming services I pop in and out of, so I might have to sign on for that for a month or two and catch up on my shows and also watch that one. But anyway, so we're following Winston Smith, who lives in this totalitarian state called Oceania. Winston works for the Ministry of Truth, and so he's a member of the party, is what they call it. It doesn't seem to have a name. It's just the party. There's only we need for one party. And I was jotting down some thoughts as I was going and underlining and tabbing and actually marking up my book a little bit, which is something I don't do often, but I'm loving it. So what is striking me in particular just in these first few pages is how much this society is built on blatant, open, unashamed lies. So it's not even they're not even pretending that they think that you can't see the truth. They're actually challenging their citizens to dare to question the Big Brother, to dare to question the party. And so so that's really fascinating to me. And so Winston he believes that he is about 39 years old because it's unclear what year it is. He's not entirely certain even what his age is, but he thinks he's 39. He thinks the year is 1984. Hey, Shayna, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Yeah, this is a great book. I definitely encourage you to read it when you have the opportunity. It is. I'm rereading. It's such a good one. So yes, welcome in. And yeah, let me know if you pick this up or if you're doing something else with your sprints. I'd love to see what's going on. So anyway, yeah, Winston he's not really sure how old he is, but he thinks he's about 39. He sort of remembers a time before Big Brother, before this totalitarian state, but not really. So I'm guessing that it's been the Big Brother has been in place, the party has been in place for about 30 or 35 years ish. I'm trying to think back, like for me, I probably have I'm just thinking about like how when you have memories from your childhood, they probably start maybe 5 or 6 or maybe a little, maybe you might have a couple a little bit earlier, but like the more concrete thoughts. But then he's also been through a lot of trauma just from um, just like implied trauma. And I cannot remember because it's been a couple years since I last read this. I don't remember if they get really into his what he does remember, which doesn't seem to be a lot, um, or like the experience of this uh, totalitarian government coming to power. But the the Ministry of Truth erases everything, and it is based on lies. Everything is based on lies, and the slogans of the party, the three slogans, are "War is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength," which are all like completely inaccurate. Especially those first two: "War is peace, freedom is sorry, war is peace, freedom is slavery." Like those are clearly antonyms of one another. Like war and peace are not the same thing, they are the opposite of each other. And so, and then ignorance is strength, of course, is a lie. They are not technically opposites, but it's definitely a lie. And just this government is just it's built on, yeah, daring its citizens to stand up to it. So yeah, so just the everything is named, like it's so beautifully done that everything is named um, in inaccurate terms, in deliberately inaccurate terms. Shayna, you do own it. See, pick it up. Totally understand if you're not going to pick it up today, though. But yeah, definitely. Ordinary Monsters. I have not read Ordinary Monsters. How are you liking it? Let me know. Um, I'm not familiar with that book, so I'll have to take a look at it myself. Unless you're hating it, in which case let me know. And also, if you're not liking it, put it down and pick up 1984 instead. um, but yeah, so this is a good one. I'm really I mean, I knew it was a good book. I knew I was going to enjoy it. But rereading it and reading it slowly and closely is definitely a fun experience. So let's hop into another sprint then. We'll do 45 again. I think that was a good amount of time for me to get settled, and just enough time for my cat to. That was Penny who was nosing around my chair earlier in the last sprint. Um, just enough time for her to get comfortable and then um, get mad at me for having to pick her up. So anyway, I will start this sprint. Happy sprinting, and I'll talk to you all in 45. Alrighty, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good sprint. All right, so continue to read this slowly. There's no way I'm gonna read this whole thing today at the pace that I'm going. I think I could have read it if I were zipping through it, but yeah, I'm just gonna take my time. Um, this is such a yeah, this book is so beautifully done. So where I am right now, so this is still very early, so I'm 28 pages in. So I think I can safely talk about this still without worrying about spoilers. Um, so Winston, our main character, has found he found a blank journal, a blank book in a little shop, and he has acquired it. This is, of course, a country in which, or a state, a government in which he is not supposed to be writing, or he's not allowed to write his own thoughts. You're not supposed to think something other than what the government tells you is acceptable to think. And writing, it's interesting because he comments that nothing is illegal because there are technically no laws, but that means that anything can be illegal because there's still law enforcement. Um, there's still a government, and there's still the thought police, is what they are called. That those are the people who snatch you up off the street if they feel, or out of your house, if they feel that you are not fully committed to the government and how they and the world that they have put forth. So Winston is starting to question things, and he thinks back to a moment where he shared a glance with a colleague at the Ministry of Truth where he works, this man called O'Brien, and Winston believes that they had a split second of understanding that both of them are not happy with the way things are, that both of them are questioning the government and questioning what Big Brother is telling them. But of course he cannot know for sure because it was just a split second of like the mask coming off for just a moment, just a second, before they both rearrange their faces so they can appear perfectly docile and accepting again as one is supposed to be. And this experience makes him start to think about how he actually feels about the world that he's living in. And so he gets this journal so he can write those thoughts down. And again, while technically not illegal because there are no laws, it still is the sort of thing that could get him arrested and even executed. And he starts writing. And while he's doing this, so he's writing on his lunch break, in the middle of his workday. He comes home, he downs a shot of Victory Gin, which is the government approved alcohol, and the implication is that he, in that scene, to me, like the way I read it, is that he basically survives on a low level alcoholic buzz, just so that he can get through his day without it crushing him. And I find it interesting that like everyone is on camera all the time. Like there are cameras in everybody's home, and you don't know, you can't turn it off. You can't, if you cover it, that's a crime. If you, and so you have to be constantly aware of your actions, your words, but also your facial expressions, because they get audio too, by the way. And Winston has a blind spot in his house that the camera can't see, or in his apartment that the camera can't see, which is some sort of like design flaw. That he takes advantage of that. That is where he is set up. He has a desk and he sits down or a table. And he sits down and he is writing in this journal just off camera. So they don't know what he's doing. But anyway, Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, I do like that he's thinking through how this works, and there's a moment, or how this government works, and there's a moment when his neighbor across the street, a woman named Mrs. Parsons, knocks on his door, and because she needs help fixing the sink. I guess her husband's out at work or something. She keeps referring to her husband like, oh, he would totally fix it if he were here, but he's not here, and we don't know where he is. Um, and I can't remember from the first time I read it. I'm starting to wonder if he has in fact been arrested, or if he's just, I don't know whether that it's that or he's just at work. But regardless, so she asks Winston to help fix the pipe, which has a clog in it. So he goes over to her apartment and he works on that. And she has two children who are a 9-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl. And he talks about the children and um, how they are indoctrinated in something, or they're involved in something called the spies, which is kind of like the scouts from what I can tell, only or like honestly it's more like the Hitler Youth is really, I think, the inspiration. But the concept is that children just join this is a natural thing for children to join this organization, and that is where they learn about things like Big Brother and thought crime, and they learn to be patriotic, and it turns them into little monsters. And there's a quote in here. Let me see if I can find it. That, yep, here we go. It was almost normal for people over 30 to be frightened of their own children. And with good reason, for hardly a week passed in which the Times did not carry a paragraph describing how some eavesdropping little sneak, child hero was the phrase generally used, had overheard some compromising remark and denounced his parents to the thought police. So it's a very real threat that your own children could turn you in for some perceived slight against the government. And so they're indoctrinating these children from a very young age to be unthinking and unquestioning soldiers, or performers, executors of this governmental structure. So, and the adults are old enough that they at least were born before this government came into place. They may remember bits and pieces, as I mentioned in the first break. But anyway, this is so interesting. It's such a good book to read really closely. So I think I've nattered on enough. I should talk about why this was banned, by the way. And I have it up on my other screen, on my timer screen. We'll switch to the timer screen. What I find interesting is that this book has been banned a lot. The reasons given tend to be the controversial politics. There are censors who have claimed that this book is in favor of communism, which is also something, by the way, that people have commented about Animal Farm, which is one of his other books. But but George Orwell himself was very anti-communism. He was not a fan, and I don't know his actual. I should probably look this up. I don't know his actual political leanings. I think he leaned more a little bit towards anarchy almost, or at least he was very suspicious of governments, and he was very suspicious of the potential power that they hold to take over, or to be in charge of individual citizens and to restrict citizens. And so the message of this book, like if you want to distill it all the way down to the core message, the message is totalitarianism is a bad thing. We don't like it. Not for us. 0 out of 5 stars. Would not recommend. That is the message of this book. I'm a little concerned about someone who objects to that. But I do think that that a lot of people who ban it for its politics, for its controversial politics, I think a lot of people who ban it for that reason either haven't read it, maybe skimmed it, or just completely did not understand it. So anyway, that's a common story in book banning. One of the other reasons is that it has sexual content in it. There is some some sex in here. I haven't gotten to that part yet in this book. Winston eventually meets a woman named Julia. He has, where I am, he has seen Julia, but he doesn't know her name. I just know who she is because I've read it before. But it's a woman who is who works in the Department of Fiction, so she works at the Ministry of Truth as well. And at first, he has this really violent negative reaction to her, because she wears a sash that indicates that she is, oh gosh, what did they call it? She basically is in favor of chastity. Is the organization I think they actually call it anti-sex, like the Anti-Sex League or something like that. Let's see. Oh yeah, he refers to it as an aggressive symbol of chastity. But basically she's part of this organization. She's younger than him. And basically he is offended by this, and because he does find her physically attractive, and he has a reaction that today we would associate with incels, honestly, which is basically he has a violent hatred and also intense sexual desire for her, and so he does imagine assaulting her, and he imagines killing her, and it's this response that I'm curious to refresh myself on how Orwell handles this. It's this response to how he is in this government, in this society that only allows sex under very specific circumstances. You have to be married, you have to be creating children, like, and they get into the rules a little bit later in the book from where I am right now. But he is single, he is unmarried, and so he's not allowed to have sex, period, full stop. Like, the government does not allow it. You don't have romantic relationships, you have marriages of convenience. And so it's definitely a very restrictive society. And so so Winston is feeling the push on that, and he directs it inappropriately at Julia as a symbol of that denial that the government it's really Big Brother that's stopping him, or that's prohibiting, I should say, that's prohibiting him from having those relationships, not the individual women themselves necessarily. And he does, I know, later have a sexual relationship with Julia. So she wears the aggressive symbol of chastity, but she's not actually, she doesn't actually believe it. But she has to, and she too then is a tool of the government. And it just sort of emphasizes how his anger is directed in completely the wrong place. So yeah, that'll be interesting to dig into. I also, I know that there's a book called Julia that is, and I've forgotten the author's name, so apologies for that. But I do want to read that at some point as well. That tells basically the story of 1984, the world of 1984 from Julia's point of view. My understanding of my limited knowledge of it is that it's not just the same story from her point of view, but it's actually her story that also has obviously elements of her relationship with Winston. So it's part of this book from her point of view, but then also her own story, which I would actually very much like to read at some point. Add it to the stack of books that I want to read. There are too many, and I think that's a wonderful problem to have. So, all right, I'm going to stop nattering on. It is noon my time. I'm in the Eastern time zone, Eastern Standard. So I'll probably grab some lunch. I definitely need to refill my teacup. But so I'm going to actually switch to an hour for this one, just to give, can I do, hang on, oh, it's settings, haha, I know how to use this. So I'm going to switch to an hour for this one, just so I have a little time, extra time to grab something to eat. And so if it is a meal time where you are, make sure you get your meal, make sure you Eat appropriately, hydrate appropriately, take some stretch breaks. Don't just, I mean, reading is amazing, but also move around a little bit so you don't like, get the, I'm doing it. Watch your posture. um, but to the extent that your body is willing and able today, because I know we're all in different places on different days, but look after yourself. So make sure your self care today is not just reading. Reading is a huge part of self care, but look after other aspects of your physical self and your mental self as well. And I will see you in about an hour. So I will walk away. I will not be on. I'm gonna leave the camera on because Big Brother's always watching. But I'm gonna walk away and grab my food, and I will see you in an hour. Happy reading. All right, welcome back. Oh. Sorry, I'm a moment late coming back. Mrs. Pickles would like to say hello. Actually, she would not like to say hello. She wants attention, but also doesn't want attention because she is a cat, and that's how cats operate, isn't it, Pickles? Yeah. All right, welcome back. Okay. Well, I hope everyone had a good sprint. I have gotten now to page 41 in 1984, and we are just starting to look into Winston's job at the Ministry of Truth. So his job, and they haven't shared a title. I don't know what his job title is, but his job is to, he is a censor. That is his job. They don't call it that. They say that he is rectifying errors in newspaper articles, and so that's his focus. Is every day he receives a set of instructions of different articles that have errors in them, that slips, omissions that need to be rectified, and this is also where we're getting into the core, I think, of we're getting into the core of the story, which is, or the thematic core, I guess, of this book, which is that a government with enough power can rewrite everything. If you and the Big Brother has this slogan, I guess, or saying, who controls the past controls the future, who controls the present controls the past. And they control the past and the future and the present by rewriting it, redacting everything. I just realized I should switch to my other screen. Here we go. Whoops. Those manual clicks. So anyway, Winston's job is to rewrite things, and things like when Big Brother promises, so one of the examples is that some time ago, Big Brother promised that there would be an increase in the chocolate ration, but then the day before, the chocolate ration actually decreased. So Winston has to go back and change the story to say that Big Brother warned that there might be a need to decrease the chocolate ration in the coming months, and then here. Sorry for hitting my microphone there. And so then that's what's happened. So the past statement now matches up with the current reality that everyone is living. And so while you might remember that a few months ago there was something about the chocolate rations being increased, you can never prove it because all the written examples of that have been removed, and you're not supposed to be writing things down. So you might be able to prove it to yourself if you have it written down somewhere secretly, but you can't prove it to anybody else because you're not supposed to be writing things down. So yeah, it's this cycle of the government playing with people's memories, and it's essentially like the Mandela effect, but on steroids, in that we all remember this thing happening, but when we go back to the record, it's different. It's this spread of misinformation. And to be really clear, the Mandela effect is not meant to describe something that actually happened, that the record has been changed, but rather that people get ideas or have this societal memory that we kind of pass around. And then it turns out when someone actually looks into the record, that's not actually what happened, even though we all sort of think that that's what happened. So that's what that effect is it describes. And it's not meant to be a nefarious thing on the face of it in that phrase, but it could be a nefarious thing if a government basically changes the record so that when you go back to refer to it, you're like, oh wait, no, the record is different. And if you don't know the government is doing that, then, or that someone is doing that, you can't necessarily protect yourself against it. And Winston does know that the government is doing this. He is very aware because he is the one or one of the ones who is actually taking those actions. And so he has to engage in something called double thinking. I'll turn my light on so I can see this a little bit better. Okay, that's not bad. All right. The sun moved to the other side of the house, so I no longer have the glare through the window as much. So he describes this concept of double think, which is basically like keeping in your mind two separate and conflicting pieces of information. And this is something that humans do. For example, if you're in a bad situation but trying to convince yourself that everything is fine because you feel like you can't get out of it, that would be double think. You know one thing is happening, but you're trying to convince yourself that something that bad thing is not happening, or it's not as bad as you might think it is. And that term double think, which now people use, comes from this book. George Orwell coined that term. But anyway, his mind slid away into the labyrinthine world of doublethink, to know and not to know, to be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, to hold simultaneously two opinions which cancelled out, knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them. Remember to hydrate. To use logic against logic, to repudiate morality while laying claim to it, to believe that democracy was impossible and that the party was a guardian of democracy, to forget whatever it is necessary to forget, then to draw it back into memory again at the moment when it was needed, and then promptly to forget it again, and above all, to apply the same process to the process itself. That was the ultimate subtlety, consciously to induce unconsciousness, and then once again to become unconscious of the act of hypnosis you had just performed. Even to understand the word doublethink involved the use of doublethink. And this is just so powerful, the way that Orwell is describing this method of controlling an entire nation's worth of people. There's so many people here that because Winston and his colleagues at the Ministry of Truth are rewriting the same things over and over again, to change the facts, to change the perception of what the government is saying and doing, what Big Brother specifically is saying and doing, is basically messing with everybody's actual memory, because you can't trust. If you don't have something to come back to, you can't trust that your memory is real or correct. And it is basically nationalized gaslighting. That's exactly what gaslighting is, of convincing someone that what they believe is not real, or what they perceive is not real, because it is in your interest. And there's never a good reason to gaslight someone. So like, that's never, so you're convincing them for your own interest that they do not believe the thing that they actually believe, or they are wrong to, not just that they are wrong to believe it, but that they are perceiving something incorrectly. And so where am I going with that? So as I'm reading this, and I'm again only 40 pages in, as I'm reading this, I'm seeing these parallels to things that are happening in our real world. And I want to be really clear. We do not live in Oceania, but any country can become Oceania. Every country can become a totalitarian state given the right circumstances. And I live in the United States. It is 2025. It is October 5th, 2025, at the time that we are streaming this this video here, and like we are seeing that possibility here of going towards something like this. This is an extreme that's described here, but it's not as outlandish as one might think. It is not as incomprehensible, even here, as it perhaps felt even just a few years ago. When I read this book for the first time, gosh, I think this is my third or fourth time reading it. I I don't have good records, so I'm going on my memory. But because I have not always written down what I read, what I would say to you as a side note is start recording what you've read. It's a really interesting exercise, and you might find that you're reading more than you thought you were. You might find you're reading less. You might learn a lot about what sorts of books draw you in. But anyway, all of that is to say, I know I've read this several times. It's been the first time I read it was, gosh, I probably was either in my teens or 20s. So, 25 years ago. And when I first read this, I loved the book. This is such a good book. I've always liked this book, but it felt so like unbelievable that it might happen here when I first read it. But it doesn't feel so unbelievable now. So it's important to read books like this to understand what could be so that you A, can be prepared for it, B, can try to stop it, and if and C, that you can know that there's hopefulness, maybe not so much in this one. As I recall, the end of this book is not particularly hopeful, but there is hopefulness in a lot of dystopian literature that that people will still continue on. And I guess at least one of the pieces of hope here for Winston is that he is still thinking for himself. He is still capable of logical and intellectual thought. But comparisons to today, very specific ones, which I've been jotting down. So, for example, the Ministry of Truth, it doesn't just rectify, doesn't just edit newspaper articles, but they edit everything. Actually makes a list. Here we are. The process of continued alteration was applied not only to newspapers, but to books, periodicals, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, films, soundtracks, cartoons, photographs, to every kind of literature or documentation which might conceivably hold any political or ideological significance. And by the way, everything has the potential to hold political or ideological significance. Everything documented, the written word, art, music, TV, film, all of it, because ideas are powerful and ideas are what really scare censors, and in a case like the world of 1984, really can scare governments as well. You want a government that has a healthy respect and fear for its citizenry, or of its citizenry, but not one that is so afraid that it feels the need to push back and oppress. So it's a fine line. It's a fine line. Like your government should be beholden to its citizens, in my opinion. But yes, so it needs to recognize the power of ideas and the power of individuals to come together and make change. So anyway, the editing of books specifically caught my eye because of what's happened recently when Amazon decided that you are no longer allowed to download Kindle books that you have purchased, which is something you used to be able to do. If you were just borrowing the book, you couldn't download it, which is fair because you didn't actually buy it. You're just, it's temporary. But you pay for an ebook, and Kindle ebooks, by the way, cost about the same as buying a physical copy of that book. Generally, there are sales and whatever else, but like it's not cheap. The cost is not differentiated by the amount of effort or like the materials necessary to go into each unit. When I buy a physical book, I assume that part of what I'm paying for is the paper and the ink and the glue and the spine and all the physical materials as well as other things. But with an ebook, you don't have so much of that, and yet the price is not adjusted at all, from what I can tell. But anyway, all of that is to say, if you can't download your ebook and can only access it through the app or the app that or website where you purchased it, they can change it at any time, and they might not tell you. And that's something that has happened with Amazon Kindle products in particular. They're not the only ones. They were the ones whose policy change got a lot of attention, which is why I'm talking about them. They are not the only ones who have done this. But whenever you, and we're so accustomed to streaming services and to like buying a video, but like buying a movie versus renting it versus streaming, as part of your monthly service. We're so accustomed to doing that and not actually owning a physical copy of that. Video games, same thing. I haven't owned a physical video game. Like, I don't even know when the last time was that I actually bought a physical video game, like disc or cartridge. And that's normal now. And technically speaking, while I've paid for it, I don't actually own it because I can only access it through the service from which I bought it, which means they can change it. Let's see, who published this copy? This is a Signet Classic. So if the company that makes Signet Classics, the Signet publisher, let's see, Penguin Random House. All right, so if Penguin is like, hey, I want to edit this version, this edition of this book of 1984, I want to make some changes to it. Whatever those changes are, and they could be innocuous. It could be we're going to add a new foreword to celebrate an anniversary, or we might, we might change the fonts, but not change the text. Or it could be something more sinister of, well, let's just, cut out that chapter that maybe doesn't jive with some political ideology or leaning or whatever. Let's make some edits that way. They could do whatever. In order to replace my physical copy, they have to come to my house and get it, and exchange it. Basically, they can't change my physical copy without physically sending someone here, and sending someone to the homes of, or the libraries, or the schools, or whatever buildings house all of the copies of these that they have sold. And this book has sold a lot of copies. That's really not feasible. Technically it's possible because nothing's impossible, but it wouldn't be worth it. So I always have, as long as I own this copy of this book, I will always own this version of this book, this edition of this book. There's an afterword in my edition, and again, it's the, I'll own my notes, I'll own my, I'll own my tabs, everything that I've put in here. A digital copy, the publisher could change all of those things and not tell me. And I may not notice it. I may notice it, I may not. But if I only have the digital copy, then that's the only way that I can see what the change, I can't see what the changes were because I can't see the original. I can't see what I had before. I could compare it to a physical copy, but I can't prove easily that when I bought that electronic version, it wasn't always like that. That's the kind of thing that's kind of scary about censorship. Well, one of the things that's kind of scary about censorship. And now that we're in this, we have, I'm going to tap my camera up just a teensy bit so you can see my poster and all of its, I love this poster so much. I know I bring this poster up a lot. I love this poster. When I ordered, I love the art on it. I love the messaging of it. Censorship is so 1984. And when I ordered it, and again, there's no sponsorship here. If you buy this poster, which you, I believe, still can from the American Library Association's website, I get nothing except a general feeling of happiness that you too can have this art in your house. But anyway, this poster, just like this theme of Banned Books Week, censorship is so 1984, of course, is referring back to this George Orwell novel, and it is, and I've got a video which hasn't posted yet, but we'll post later in the month, where I talk about what this theme means to me, and you'll get some maybe hopefully more organized, but still occasionally tangential thoughts on this topic. But this is where we're getting into. I'm 40 pages in to what is this, about 300 and something let's see. The book itself goes to page 312 in my copy, and then there's an afterword that's another 15 pages or so. And so this we're getting into the heart of this censorship discussion. And censorship is something that should only happen within the pages of a book. It's not something that should happen in reality. It does, and as long as it does, as long as there is censorship, and as long as I have a BookTube channel, as long as those two things are true, I'm going to spend every October talking about this, harping on it. You'll get so sick of me, but harping on it and talking about just how much I I love books, love banned books in particular, because the banned books are the ones that scare people. Because Big Brother wouldn't make all these changes if they weren't afraid of the consequences of letting citizens of Oceania understand what actually is happening. Um, their citizenry being intelligent, being educated, being well read, having access to history and true facts, actually true facts, not manufactured facts, um, that scares them because they can't control that populace. So, um, yeah, what a book. What a book. Um, all right. So I'm going to do, I think, I'm looking at the time. I think I'm going to do one more sprint. And we'll switch this back to 45. I'm going to do one more sprint. And let me put it, I'll put a note on here too that this is the last sprint. But this has been really fun. I'm loving this really close reading of this book. There's yeah, this is gonna, reading it this way is going to take me a long time, but I think it's going to be a really enjoyable experience to continue this way. And yeah, and I will continue to share my thoughts, but I'll give another 45, and I'll see you after that to wrap it up. All right. Welcome back. That was our last sprint. So I'll just give a quick update. My light a little bit so I can see. It got kind of dark. No. Anyway, so I'm on page 58. So we are. That's not a great bookmark. I'm on page 58. We'll switch back. And we're starting to see some of Winston's colleagues and learn a bit about Newspeak. So Newspeak is the official, or is going to be the official language of Oceania. It is technically the official language of the party, but people aren't speaking in it. They're merely writing in it thus far, and using some of the words, like doublethink, for example, is a Newspeak word. But everyone still speaks largely Old Speak, which is standard English. And Winston has... they're officially a comrade, but Winston thinks of him as something of a friend, or maybe a friendly acquaintance, even though he knows that this man would turn him in an instant if he felt the need. But the man's name is Syme, and his job is to work on the Newspeak dictionary, and specifically he's like creating the 11th edition of the Newspeak dictionary, and he is talking with Winston about what he's doing and the goals of building up this Newspeak. And so I'll read this bit. He says, the 11th edition is the definitive edition, he said. We're getting the language into its final shape, the shape it's going to have when nobody speaks anything else. When we've finished with it, people like you will have to learn it all over again. You think, I dare say, that our chief job is inventing words, but not a bit of it. We're destroying words, scores of them, hundreds of them, every day. We're cutting the language down to the bone. The 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. And he talks for a couple of pages about what he's doing and how the language is getting small. The vocabulary of Newspeak gets smaller every year, unlike every other language where newer words are created every time, over time. And he says later on, by 2050, earlier probably, all real knowledge of Old Speak will have disappeared. The whole literature of the past will have been destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, they'll exist only in Newspeak versions. Not merely changed into something different, but actually changed into something contradictory of what they used to be. Even the literature of the party will change. Even the slogans will change. How can you have a slogan like "freedom is slavery" when the concept of freedom has been abolished? The whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought, as we understand it now. Orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. And so Syme knows exactly what he's doing, and he's enjoying it, and he's excited to be part of this project of removing the need for thought. And Winston reflects to himself, does not say this out loud, that Syme is probably not going to last too much longer because he knows what's going on and because he speaks too freely about it. He's too intelligent for his own good, essentially. He doesn't know how to hide his intellect behind this mask of orthodoxy, but this mask of sort of performative stupidity, because he believes so much. Syme believes so much in what he's doing, and I think he thinks that it's okay to talk about it openly, which it's really not. Winston, previously to this, we get a glimpse into Winston's like work day, and every order that is sent to him to make a change, to make a change to a newspaper article, after he makes the change, he destroys both the order and the old version of the article plus any notes that he's taken, like anything related to that task. Once the task is complete, any evidence that the task even happened goes into what they call the memory hole, which is basically just a path to the furnace. Everything gets destroyed, and it's so listening to Syme talk so openly and excitedly about this, and he and Winston are talking in the lunchroom in the cafeteria. It's so interesting to see someone who is so dedicated to the cause and so dedicated to this idea of removing thought that it's hard to say whether Syme, because Syme is a side character. I don't think we get a whole lot of if I don't recall getting a whole lot of in-depth information about him other than, a scene here or there. But Syme is very, he's so dedicated to the cause. I don't think he's thinking about the realization that if he also turns to Newspeak, that he will be the one not thinking. He also doesn't speak in Newspeak, which I find very interesting. And I don't know if it's just because he doesn't speak in any version of Newspeak. He believes it so much, but he's still speaking to Winston in Old Speak, even though Winston does know a version of Newspeak. Syme comments that Winston doesn't really know Newspeak, or doesn't really speak it, but that whenever he writes in Newspeak or reads it, he's translating. So Newspeak is a second language for him. So he's not fully proficient in it, and or fully fluent in it. And I don't know if that's why Syme doesn't talk to him in Newspeak, or if it's because what Syme is trying to tell Winston, what he's describing, I think cannot be adequately expressed in this other language that is designed not to let people express thoughts and opinions. They're removing words because if you don't have words for what you're trying to say or what you're feeling, it's harder to think about that and almost impossible to talk about it. And so, especially when veering outside of the vocabulary that you are given is actually considered a thought crime. And we'll bring it back to censorship before we wrap up here. Bringing this back to censorship, banning books disproportionately affects marginalized communities. When you look at the lists of banned books, it is overwhelmingly authors who are not white, who are not men, who are not cis, who are not straight, who are not Christian. Those are the kind of 5 big categories that you see in banned books. Not exclusively, to be really clear, and there's intersectionality, right? But most of the authors who are banned are not all 5 of those things. Some are, but many are not. And so if you think about why those books would be banned, why are we banning so many books about the queer experience, for example? And throughout this month, I'm talking about the top 10 most frequently banned books of last year, according to the American Library Association, in the United States, specifically. And most of those books are about or by or both queer people. And if you don't have language for what you're experiencing, so for example, one of the books that I talk about is Genderqueer by Maya Kobabe, and that book talks about the author's experience in learning about pronouns other than the ones that we normally hear from. Usually we're told that people either have she, her pronouns, as I do, or they have he, him pronouns. And you might see some they, thems in there somewhere, but it's very limited. The what society will tell you are the acceptable pronouns are very limited. And even parts of society won't even allow they, them. It's just she or he. Like, you pick one. And Kobabe talks about using Spivak pronouns, which are a, er, m. Yes. So, which is a new set of pronouns to me. So apologies if I misspoke that, but I'm still learning, and this is kind of the point, right? I'm still learning, and if someone hears those pronouns and thinks about those as in relation to themselves or themselves in this case, and thinks, gosh, those actually do apply to that. That feels right for me, which was Kobe's experience. Those pronouns feel right for me to apply to myself. I'm going to start using them and see how that works. If you don't have access to that information, if you don't have access to those words, it's hard to express what you are feeling, which is what Kobe describes in the book Genderqueer. And that's just one example of many. But the point is that when you're censoring books that give language, that give vocabulary to an experience, you are making it harder for people who have that experience, especially younger people, but just people of any age, really. As a lot of people who are older might come to these realizations about themselves, about their gender identity, about their sexual identity, based on, having learned that information, feeling off, but not knowing the words for it because they grew up in a time when people didn't talk about those things. It's not that they didn't exist, that people didn't talk about them. So, yeah. So anyway, I won't belabor that too much. You'll see my video on genderqueer. We'll post later this month. I've got other videos, of course, as well for various books that are posting throughout the month. But yeah, having the words doesn't make it true, but helps you express it. And that's the thing that I think scares censors the most, that if you know that trans people exist, suddenly you'll become trans, which is such bullshit. It's such bullshit. I've known about trans people for some time now, and I'm still cis. Because I was never trans, and that's the point, right? But if I were, and I felt that were real to me, learning about those words and saying, oh wait, this is what I'm feeling. Someone has helped me express something that I'm feeling. That has got to be a huge relief. I can only imagine. But that has got to be a huge relief to put a word to something. So anyway, while George Orwell may not have been specifically talking about gender expansiveness in this book, he did understand that ideas require language, and I think it's critical to say that you still have those feelings even if you don't have words for it. You still have that identity. You still have that. You might have doubts even if you don't have words for it. But if you don't have words for it and can't express it, then it's so much easier for that population to be controlled, which is what Big Brother is working towards with this new edition of Newspeak, and with the idea of making old speak not even allowed, just making it obsolete. So anyway, this has been a fun most of the day. I really appreciate anyone who stopped by these sprints, or if you're watching this after the fact, thank you for doing that. This will be available as a replay, so if you missed any part of it, you're welcome to go back and rewatch. But also, again, it's hang out in the channel. I'd love it if you subscribed. If you have not already, check out my other videos. I did a set of banned books videos last October, and this October they are being posted one day at a time. So whatever you do, though, whether you come back to my channel again or not, please keep reading. It is, whatever you read, please keep reading. It is one of the best ways to and the easiest ways to expand your worldview from the comfort of your own home. And it's just such a magical experience, and it encourages thought, free thought. So thank you for coming. Please keep reading, and I will see you in the next one.